one sunroof, 4 cup holders, and 2 heated seats.
It appears we're working. Good afternoon. Good evening. Good afternoon, good evening. Good morning, in fact. It could be anywhere in the world right now. Because this city is haunted. Just tilt you just a little bit. There we go. How are we all? You guys good? Slightly weird time for me to be streaming, I know. But we're doing this because unfortunately tonight's video is delayed to tomorrow. So we're streaming tonight instead of tomorrow. But tomorrow you're getting a video. In fact, this week you're getting lots of videos in the run-up to Christmas. Some of them are shorts. Some of them are long form. But there's lots of videos coming. Good evening, Mark. Yai360, hello. Tiago, hello. Flean. Tien Lim, Mark Baker, Peter Collins, good afternoon. Andrea, good afternoon. Philip Marks, the Eternal Crusader. Yeah, he's brush stroking a bit as usual. Lovely. Any chance GW have sent you the new Kill Team stuff? I wouldn't know anything about that, Jimmy. Oh. Today, we're talking about Vallejo. And we're talking about the Xpress Colours. Which they have sent me. They've sent me the whole lot. Look at that. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be painting some bases with all of these colours, see what they look like, testing them out, and see if this is actually a much better range than it was last time. Because last time it was great. There's nowhere near enough of it. And some of the colours were a bit weak. And there were a lot of kind of very big gaps in the colour palette that was available. So like, for example, there wasn't a bone colour in the original range of Vallejo Xpress. Also, the black was a bit rubbish. But we've got the new set, right? And there's, I believe, somewhere in the range of 36 new colours. And they've sent them to me in this beautiful, beautiful new set. I'm not sure if it comes in this box. I don't think it does. I think this is how they've shipped it. But it's really cool. As a method for storing your paints, this is great. But like I said, I don't know if you can. I know you can buy these cases. I know they do this from Vallejo. They've got a number of different cases like this. I think they've just sent it to me like this because they want me to like them. Skeleton Horde is an all-time great. Indeed, it is, Jimmy. So, I'm now going to have to test my own memory to see what is the new ones and what is the old ones, because I can't remember. Because like I said, we've used these paints before. We did a lot what it looks like for the original range, for the original set. So I can cross-reference it against my old stuff. I guess that's what I'm going to have to do. See if I remember any of them. So, for example, Express Medium. That is... that's the old one. And I'm pretty certain Black Lotus is an old one as well. Space Grey, I think, is an old one. Copper Brown, I'm not sure. I don't think that is an old one. So, we need to figure it out. Crondis assembled this afternoon. That's awesome, Mark. Crondis is such a dope model. As is Karazai. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the old ones. And just so... Don't worry, Vicious Goose. I won't be fully converted. The videos won't change. That's not what we do. So, Gloomy Violet. That's an old one. I'm going to put them over here. Gloomy Violet and Express Medium. We've looked at those before. Deep Purple is an old one, as is Snake Green. Plague Green is an old one, as is Troll Green. I hope someone's taking notes. Plasma Red, old. Or Omega Blue, old. Wasteland Brown, old. Velvet Red, old. Martian Orange, old. Orc Skin, old. Black Lotus, see, I knew. Imperial Yellow, old. How would you do an Estrella Soul Blight Lord Arcanum? You mean this model right here? I don't know, I haven't painted it yet. But we will. I'm actually about to release a Hammers of Sigmar video, which might have some stuff in there which help you for most of it. Lizard Green, old. Dwarf Skin, old. Nuclear Yellow, old. Cardinal Purple, old. And we've got 6 more. Space Grey, old. Caribbean Turquoise, old. Mystic Blue, old. Templar White, old. Copper Brown, old. And Storm Blue, old. So, what I think we're going to do, guys, is because I've got the entirety of the old set and I've got a new set of the old set, I think I might try and give them away, the old original 24. I'll figure out how to do that, and we might try and do it live today. So you might be in with a chance to win some Vallejo. If not, we'll do it over on Instagram and on YouTube community. So those were all the old ones. So our new ones should be from this point onwards. Black Lotus, old. Space Grey, old. Copper Brown, old. Wasteland Brown, old. Plague Green, yep, I remember that one. Lizard Green, was that one? That's Troll. Snake Green. I'm hoping they've just made my job really easy. Lizard Green, yes, that is an old one. Yep. Snake Green, yep. Troll Green, yep. Orc Skin, yeah, I remember that one. Caribbean Turquoise, yes, I remember that because it's got a fun name. Yep, Caribbean Turquoise, yeah. Omega Blue, yeah, remember that one. Storm Blue, yes. Mystic Blue. Is that one? That's Gloomy Violet. Mystic Blue, where are you? That's Omega Blue. Space Grey. Mystic Blue, yep. Gloomy Violet, yes. Templar White, yep. Dwarf. This one's actually called Dwarf Skin rather than Dwarf Skin. Imperial Yellow, yes. Oh. Nuclear Yellow, yes. Actually, we never did get to test Nuclear Yellow. Maybe we'll do that one as well today. Martian Orange, yes. And Plasma Red, yes. Velvet Red, yes. Velvet Red, yes. Cardinal Purple, yes. Deep Purple, sick. Right, I got a handle on it. Old Greybeard plays 40k. I like free stuff. Good. Maybe you'll get some free stuff. Big Man back with a live stream. That is me. I can't wait for Christmas so I can get down with your Black Talons vid. Ooh, Stoogie, they are an amazing set. Did Army Painter's Speed Paint medium work for you as a glazing medium? To be honest, I didn't like the Speed Paint. I didn't like it. I didn't want to wait 20 minutes for everything to dry before I could guarantee using it. That to me is just egregious and I can't do it. I'm happy to go back and test it again, but I just haven't looked at them since I did the last video on them. Same for the Express, to be honest. When would I have had the time? Right, so the new paints. I hope you're paying attention and taking notes here. Mummy White, Bag of Bones, Demonic Skin, Fairy Skin, Camouflage Green, Armor Green, Muddy Ground, Willow Bark. We got an intense colour. We'll do those in a minute. Forest Green, Wicked Purple, Wagram Blue, Battle Dress Brown, Mahogany, Chameleon Orange, Desert Ochre, Iceberg Grey. These are pretty cool names. Starship Steel, Military Yellow, Rotten Flesh, Khaki Drill, Vampiric Purple, Twilight Rose, Fluid Pink, Commando Green, Lancer Grey, it's a weird name, Zombie Flesh, Tanned Skin, and then we should have Greasy Black. I like that. Okay, Dreadnought Yellow is an intense colour, Phoenix Orange is an intense colour, Seraph Red is an intense colour, Legacy Blue is an intense colour, Heretic Turquoise, intense, Monastic Green, intense, Viking Grey, intense, and Hospitalia Black is an intense colour. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, is it an actual ochre though? Well, that is what we're going to find out. We're going to find out together. I haven't tested any of these. I don't know what any of them look like. But I'm excited to see them. So, we're going to be going through it. If you could please leave a like on the stream, that would be very, very useful. Because then more people will come and watch. That is a lot of paint. There's a lot of paint. So if I transfer over to this screen, move you out of the way. Yeah, so I've got a big old Hammers of Sigmar video coming out for things like this guy here, but as well as Vanquishers, Gavriel, and Vigilors. There's a lot of Stormcast stuff coming. So we have ourselves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. Oh, God. And then 2, 4, 6, 8. So that should be 36. 36 paints. 10, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes. So 36 plus 24 gives us a nice round range of 60 paints in the Vallejo Xpress colour range, which is really cool. Let me just switch this back on because for some reason it was turned off. So realistically, guys, what I've done is I've primed 60 bases in white scar primer, and we're going to be testing the whole lot of these, and I need to know where you guys want me to start first. Now, if I was fully YouTube, what I would say is the first person to super chat or gift a member gets to choose, but I'm not. So somebody just shout a colour out that they want to see first and we'll go. Only because we're not at 69 viewers. Thank you, Delicious Relish. You know what's up. We want to get to 69 likes, guys. Purple. Yellow to black. Oh, God. Greasy black. Red. Okay. Philip's the only one to say a name. So we're going to go with Greasy black. But let me pick some of the ones that you've asked for. So purple. So that's Mummy White. That is Bag of Bones. I like Bag of Bones as a name. I'm interested in Fairy Skin. Demonic Skin. Wicked Purple. Okay, so you guys want to see a purple. Camouflage Green. Twilight Rose. Sounds like purple. Forest Green. That's a green. Battle Dress Brown. Military Yellow. That's a yellow, apparently. Tanned Skin. That's a skin. Greasy Black. That's 4 paints. Zombie Flesh. Nope. Commando Green. This is the problem, is trying to remember what all of these things actually called. Fluid Pink. That's not a purple. Muddy Ground. Nope. Lancer Grey. No. Rotten Flesh. No. Khaki Drill. No. Armor Green. No. Wagram Blue. Nope. Starship Steel. Nope. Willow Bark. Nope. Vampiric Purple. That's a purple. Desert Ochre. You guys want the ochre, so we'll do that. Chameleon Orange. Nope. Mahogany. Nope. Iceberg Grey. Nope. Okay. And the rest of these are intense colours, so we'll come back to them a little bit later. So we've got this many to start with. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we are going to require painting handle and a base. Bosh. I'm just going to do that so it's a little bit more accurate to... There we go. That looks good. Everything looking good. Looks like we're set. I just need a piece of palette paper, a fresh piece. So that we can better demonstrate this. So, previously, on what it looks like live, we have tested Vallejo, we have tested the Army Painter speed paints, and obviously we've done a lot of testing with contrast paints. Now, the question is always not which is the best paint. The answer is which is the best paint for you, right? Sometimes you can determine that based on color. Sometimes you can determine that based on price. Sometimes you can determine that based on availability. These are all really important factors to consider when buying paint for you. It might be that there's a really, really nice white paint, but it's not available in your country. So it's not right for you. Doesn't matter if it's the best paint in the world or not. There might be a better paint in your area of the world than there is in my area of the world, and so on and so forth. Case in point is always things like spray cans, right? Anyway, we're going to be figuring out if this is now more appropriate for your average hobbyist, because the previous set, whilst very good, I didn't think they were good enough yet to replace something like a contrast range, because, as mentioned, there wasn't enough of them. There's only 24 colours. They were missing some key different ones. And a big problem at the time was that nuclear yellow was not available. You just couldn't get it anywhere. It was just unavailable in every store. So, with all that in mind, we're going to kick things off with the first of our new Express colours. And what we'll try and do is try and show you all of them on the palette as well as on here. I'm just going to actually just white balance the camera as well, just to make sure that it's... let me just check that it's... There we go. Yeah, that looks about true to life. Cool. Do you like dropper bottles or pots? No. Not going to lie, I really like the speed paint metallics. That's fair enough, actual size TV. I didn't like them, and I didn't like them because they don't look like a metallic to me. It's the same reason why most black paints in this space don't work. So like Black Templar, it's not black. Black Lotus, it's not black. Most of the speed paint blacks, they're not black. Because what they're actually doing is they're making things dark grey, which is not black. When you're looking at a black armour, like a Raven Guard or something, he's not dark grey, he is black. And the problem I didn't like with the speed paint metallics is you have to be really damn careful that you're not trying to apply it over the top of any other colour. Because if you've got any mistakes whatsoever on something, it shines through so clearly beneath those speed paints that actually you end up just having to correct them anyway. And I found with my speed paint metallics that they reactivated constantly, unlike the rest of the range. The rest of the range was much better. I have to clarify that. But I found that the metallics reactivated. So once I put them on, it was ruined. There's nothing I could do because I was putting it over the top of something, and then I was like, I can't correct this because it just constantly keeps mixing with the silver. So that's why I didn't really like them. I could see how there is definitely merit for them if you're doing a majority metallic scheme. I can absolutely see that. Just the problem is, I don't like often when something's like, well, in order to use it, you have to make an excuse for it. So like, I didn't like how, well, to make sure that your speed paints don't ever reactivate, you have to varnish them. I'm like, I shouldn't have to go and varnish something to make it work for me. Do you see what I mean? So it was just like, I can see that there's definitely a market for it. Absolutely 100%. The other thing I didn't particularly like about speed paint metallics was most of the metallic pigment ends up in the recess. So you get really shiny recesses, but you don't get as shiny a flat surface. So that is a problem. On Necrons, for example, actual size TV. Exactly. That's exactly right. Right. First one I've just picked up is going to be... we're going to do Greasy Black, because that was the first actual name. Order of the Rainbow. So, here we go. Cracking the seal on it. Bosh. Why does that look like that's bent? Oh well. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3 drops of that should be fine. First one going down. So I'm just going to load up my brush here. And like I said, this is over a white scar primer. Put you there so you can hear me. So you see how it's called Greasy Black? And it's not black. Now, one thing I have missed about the Vallejo speed paints is not the Vallejo speed paints, the Vallejo Xpress Colours, is they've got a much longer drying time on them, which means that you can move them around a little bit more. But the problem with that is you can end up overcorrecting. So you see how I've got that really smooth? It's because I'm able to just still come in over here, you see, even after all this time. I'm still into you. But you see how that is not black? It's brown. See what I mean? Good afternoon, fellas. It is your least favourite Discord member, Laminated Pigeon. I don't have any least favourite Discord members. Unless it's Adam. He's my least favourite Discord member because he never talks. There you go. See? See what I mean? One down though. And we're off. This is exciting. So that is Greasy Black. That's the first one. There you go. Greasy Black. That's what Greasy Black looks like. I'll take pictures of all of this, I swear. I swear I'll do it this time as well. And I'll put it all on Instagram. What next? Military Yellow. Let's do that one. Good for Skaven Sewer. Yeah. That's closer to Rattling Grime, I would say, than anything else. It's a pretty good Rattling Grime. So this next one is going to be Military Yellow. So we're going to... Oh, God. This is why I don't like dropper bottles. Because you end up just splurging it all over the place. Cool. Let's see what this looks like. So Military Yellow up next. That's a very interesting colour. It's got a very historical war games, shall we say, vibe to it. It's quite a realistic colour, I would say. You would expect to see this on, like, military uniforms. As given away by the name Military Yellow. Yeah, slightly more... I wonder if I now turn off the white balancing. Yeah. It's not bad. They feel good. The Express, these ones, they feel like they always do. Like I said, they've got this really long drying time, so you can apply them pretty slowly. There we go. That's military yellow. Like I said, I will take photos of these. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. So now, so you can see like this one is still, it's still drying. This is greasy black. They take a while to dry, but they dry really nicely. But because they've got that longer drying time on them, it means you can move them around a little bit more. It's the same. It's the same. It's one of the reasons why people find speed paints a lot easier to work with, because it's the same deal. They dry. Their initial drying phase is a lot longer than contrast paints is. Let's go another one of those. Will the vibrancy even compete with Luxion? Well, that is a question, isn't it? 15 to 20 dry time. It shouldn't be a 15 to 20. The reason I say 20-minute dry time for speed paint is because what speed paint does is it's got a long drying time on the skin over the top, and then it takes a while to dry it underneath. These dry from the bottom up, whereas speed paint dries from the top down, which is why speed paint 1.0, it would develop that skin really quickly, but the underside of it would just still be basically in molecular kind of way. It would stay wet for a very long time, which is why as soon as you added any water that broke that skin, it would reactivate the paint. That's why it happens. You can see it happen if you're a little bit aggressive with it, with the old Speed Paint 1.0. Speed Paint 2.0, like I said, much better for it, but it still does it after a 20-minute, inside 20 minutes, which is a bit. These won't do it. But Vampiric Purple is up next, so let's see what that looks like. Oh. 1, 2, and 3. I really don't like dropper balls. Vampiric Purple. Here we go. So load up the brush and whack it on. So you'll see that as I'm doing this, I'm less likely to kind of dab it off on my thumb, because I don't really need to take off much. I mean, obviously you don't want to overload your brush, but you see how you can just get in here and move that around. This is a feature that all of the brands of paint that do this have, but you've got a much longer window for it in Vallejo's Xpress Colour and Army Painter's Speed Paint. Citadel, you can't do it so much. It's a very, very short window, which is why you see me do things like add contrast medium to increase that drying time, that drying window. It does make it a little bit easier, for example, on areas such as this, to get that nice smooth coat. You see how when my brush disturbs it, it tends to just reform around it because it's not drying yet. There's a very nice purple. It's actually quite similar to Luxion. It might not look it on the camera. Let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, see? I'm gonna have to be fiddling with white balance. See how my hands are really orange? That is the color right there. So there's your vampiric purple. Looks pretty good. Let's try Desert Ochre. I need to change the playlist. It's just doing weird stuff. I don't want it to do that. Instrumentals. There we go. Yeah. Desert Ochre. Could you please compare the new Vampiric Purple with Gloomy Violet from the older range? Yep, we can certainly do that, Rock Golem. I've primed 60 bases. So there's capacity to doing that. Here we go. So this is Desert Ochre now. And that's this one here. Alright, is it an ochre? Here's the question. Oh, you know what? It looks pretty ochre-y. We'll probably do that a little bit later on, Rock Golem, rather than do it now. Well, those are intense. Because otherwise we'll get bogged down. So again, I'll just colour balance it with the camera, because it's always going to be a bit of a nightmare, this. So you can see through the whole spectrum, yellow to blue. What's the best way to rescue if I want Imperial Fists? If I've sprayed Epic Marines with lead belcher? Could probably get away, Mr. Dave B. We're just spraying it with some Gracie, not Gracie, Wraithbone. Could probably just about get away with it. If you want to go like that matte lead belcher, matte Imperial Fists. If you've just primed it lead belcher, it should be fine to go for another pass with Wraithbone, because you don't use a lot of primer to do it, because they are that small. You should be fine. There we go. Look at that. Also, hello, Mr. Dave B. I'm a fan of Desert Ochre. I think that looks nice. And that one was, what was it called? Vampiric Purple. So let's just check in with Greasy Black. See, it's mostly dry now. Yeah. To give Express Colour, to give all paints some fair enough, it's actually pretty cold in here because I didn't want to put the heater on, because otherwise I'd end up sweating my nuts off whilst I'm doing this. So the next one will be Twilight Rose. Da na 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 na. So this is Twilight Rose. I've never touched metallic contrast before. Is it any good? They don't do a metallic contrast paint. If you're talking about metallic speed paints, I personally don't like them. There are those that do, but I don't think that they're very good. And one of the reasons for it is that a lot of the pigment runs into the recesses, so you get very shiny recesses and less shiny on the surfaces. Another reason for it is that they're very, very translucent. So what you end up with is a very, very aggressive pull. And what I mean by that is when you paint with these paints, what they do is they tighten over the model, basically, which is how it pulls back from the edge to create those kind of false edge highlights that you get from a one coat paint, right? The metallics, because of the shiny pigment in them, they're a lot heavier, so they have a really aggressive pull to pull back from the edges. So you see that there on that, you see how that's got an edge? That's what it's doing. It's pulling tight across the detail to present me with that edge, right? And because of that really heavy pigment of the silvery glittery bits, it means it pulls a lot of that straight into the recesses, so you get really shiny bits, but you get very white highlights on it. There's not a metallic highlight. And because they're so translucent, they can be effective in a majority metallic scheme, but if you're trying to use them to do things like bulk casings and stuff whatnot, they're just not effective at all because they don't do the job. Because if you've put any paint underneath them, you will see it. It does not cover them. And actually, for the smaller details, it's quicker to just do it with a normal metallic, regardless of brand. Good evening, Plopsicorn. This one I don't have to color balance. That is how it looks on screen. Remember, your HDR settings will affect the outcome of this. So there we go. That's Twilight Rose. It's nice, that one. It's not bad. So the last one in this set, before you guys get to pick the next lot, is Wicked Purple. Do you have a recommendation on how to prevent normal Citadel metallics from drying in the pot? Check the rim. And there's two parts of the rim of a Citadel pot to check. Let's just do it with this Pot of Tyrant Skull. So you see this is a Pot of Tyrant Skull, right? You've got... Let me just grab my knife. You got this bit around here. That's one part of the rim. And then the other part is around here, which you want to check for any buildup of paint. You just want to either, if it's a brand new pot, just wipe it and close it. If you leave it, it will dry out and then it'll cause a rift in the seal. Would you recommend not using a wet palette with contrast / speed paint? Yes, Nikolai. Or Nikolaj. However you're supposed to say your name. I'm sorry if I got it wrong. I wouldn't recommend using a wet palette because you don't want to introduce water into the ecosystem because you end up separating the pigments. So this is Wicked Purple. Usually how these paints operate is that there'll be two different types of pigment in there, heavy and light. The light is the colour, the heavy is the thing that runs into the recesses that causes that pull, right? It's what kind of stretches the paint to pull it back from the edge. If you introduce water, because it's not designed to thin two different things at the same time because it's water, what ends up happening is you end up just separating the two pigments. So that's how you end up getting a flatter colour. You can achieve the same thing with things like Lamium Medium. Lamium Medium does that. Although Lamium Medium is better at mixing two colours together because it's a medium, it's paint-based, right? Contrast Medium is the same because it's got, and Xpress Medium and Speed Paint Medium will be the same, is that they've got the same colourless, heavy and light pigments in, which cause the two to thin down at the same time rather than separate out. What's this one? This is Wicked Purple. Wicked Purple, yeah. Here we go. Oh, this does not look like it's going to be purple. No. I would guess that this is meant to be like Dreadful Visage. Mr. Dave B, thank you very much for the 2. That is very, very kind. That's our first super chat of the day. You're a hero. You're a hero of the day. I'll go and get my guitar and sing you Hero of the Day by Metallica if you like. Yeah, it does look like Dreadful Visage. Do you have the newest Citadel files and how would you rank them? What do you mean, Citadel files? As in, tools? But I don't think I do. It looks exactly like... Well, it doesn't look exactly like Dreadful Visage. It looks, I have to admit, like a slightly better Dreadful Visage. It's stronger at it. At doing what it does. It's not bad. I like that. You definitely use that for like demonettes and Slaanesh fiends and things like that. It's very, very kind of niche paint. Dreadful Visage is the same thing. Very niche for what you would use it for. There aren't that many things out there. You could use it for vampire skin, that kind of thing. That's wicked purple. Yeah, it's very, very, very pale. There is a hint of purple about it. I wouldn't call it purple though. It's more like Soul Blight Grey, except darker. I don't know. It's not bad. There's a slightest hint of paint. I bought it. It feels like painting air to my Mini. Yeah, well, that's it. That's the thing, Kiel, is Dreadful Visage is fine. I think if you're going to use it, I would almost probably recommend this purple over the top of it. Wicked Purple by Vallejo. Yeah, it's pretty good. So that's Twilight Rose again. Okay. 6 down. I met Purple in a pub once. Did you? How did that go? Who wants to pick the next 6? Throw some colours at me. Also, if you're enjoying the video, please do leave a like. 10 more and we'll get to the magic number. Zombie Flesh. Browns. Lizard Green, Bag of Bones. See, now you guys are getting it. Okay, so we've got Zombie Flesh. We done reds. I don't think there is... Oh, no, there is a red. No, it's a Phoenix Orange. Hang on. It is Seraph Red, but that's in the Intense range. We're going to do those a little bit later because they're very different. Okay, so Zombie Flesh was the first one. Black Benty Tan. We've done the black. We've done Greasy Black. There is another one in the Hospitalia Black. But we'll get to it. So Zombie Flesh. Where are you? Commando Green. Lancer Grey. No. Zombie Flesh. What else did we see? We had Lizard Green. Lizard Green. That's Camouflage Green. Wait, is Lizard Green an old one? Lizard Green's an old one. Boo! There are reds. There's reds in the old range, and there's a new intense red, but there isn't in the updated range, as far as I can tell. Bag of Bones was one. We can definitely do that. Bag of Bones. Nuclear Yellow. It's true, we haven't tried Nuclear Yellow before, so we can do Nuclear Yellow. Yeah. Heretic Turquoise we'll get to. Like I said, it's an intense colour. Chameleon Orange, that's one. Yeah. And you want browns. Okay, so we can do Mahogany. That's definitely brown. Willow Bark will do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. Ah, that's awesome. You meant forest green. Well, we'll do greens next. Okay. So we'll start with an old one. An old one, but a good one. We do monastic green yet? No, we're going to do the intense ones at the end, Lord Wedge. We'll do those last. because they're very different paints. But we will get to them. We're flying through already. I can move a little bit faster as well. Just enjoying talking to you guys. Right, we'll start with an old one because we've never tested it before. Nuclear yellow. Here it comes. This is nuclear yellow. This is not a new one. It's an old one, but I couldn't get hold of it the first time round because it was just gone. They were just like, no. So I bought this paint, God, almost a year ago now, whenever last time I did this. So here we go, nuclear yellow. Once again, to remind everybody, these are all over White Scar primer. That looks okay. It's quite... I need to white balance it. Because it's quite weak. There you go. That's probably the right. It's okay. Was nuclear yellow worth the wait? No. To be honest, they're going to have to work really hard. Every company's going to have to work really hard to beat Imperial Fist. And that's kind of what I'm hoping Dreadnought Yellow does. But we'll find out. Alright. Chameleon Orange. It's quite yellow. It is quite yellow. There's not much orange in there or shading going on. It's probably closer to something like Bad Moon Yellow than Imperial Fist is. Alright, next up we'll do Chameleon Orange. 1, 2, and 3. One thing I like about these is they don't seem to build up too much in the bottom. They don't seem to have too much like of a white build up like some contrast paints do. I also like that there isn't a dropper bottle in these. Not dropper bottle. I also like that there isn't a mixing bowl in these because the mixing bowls to me, they often just like they make getting the paint out quite difficult because they just block the gap. They're really useful mixing bowls. I think they're really nice. I just think there's a better way of kind of like adding a mesh or something inside so it doesn't clog the nozzle. But here we go, Chameleon Orange. Oh boy, that's orange. Whew. See, that's quite a fiery orange right there. That's nice. Just going to get it around this edge bit here so you can see like what it looks like in a real deep recess. There we go. It's very, very... This is nuclear orange. It's a good one. It's very, very orange. There's a really nice colour. That is one that is missing from the contrast range. Magmadroth Flame is good, but there's no shading in it. It's real one. It's real one coat paint stuff. And Gryph-hound Orange is not really orangey orange. It's like it's quite a muted orange. That right there is radioactive orange. That is really nice. That's a very, very good, nice colour. My eyes! Let me see if I can help you out. It's a really nice orange, that. That is a really good colour. I'm very impressed with that one. Chameleon Orange. Next up we'll do... Where was it? Zombie Flesh. And Bag of Bones. Grab 2 more bases. How are we getting on? Have we reached... I can see 68 likes. Have we reached the promised land of 69? Nice. As you can see, we are a mere 66 members away from our 690 members. So if we'd like a double, nice. I'm just saying, it would be really cool. 1, 2, 3. Zombie Flesh. Someone's unliked it. Zombie Flesh. And now we've gone over it. This is Zombie Flesh. Here we go. Zombie Flesh. That's an interesting colour. This is a really interesting colour. It's like a... It's like a really heavy version of thinned down Wildwood. It's like Rakarth Flesh almost, but not. I don't even know what the closest Citadel colour to that would be. That is very cool. Yeah. Hello, Captain Manrings. Hello, Carl of Hodgie. Heavily watered Baneblade Brown. Yeah, you're probably right, Karath. Or Gorthor Brown. Somewhere between that, actually. Or Karak... No, it's not Karak Stone. Yeah, it's probably somewhere between Gorthor and Baneblade. That's a really, really cool colour. I like that a lot. Good work, Vallejo. Sewer Brown. Yeah. Was hoping for a contrast Rakarth Flesh. We might still get that in the form of Bag of Bones. Bag of Bones looks like that. That's really nice colour. Let's do Bag of Bones. Hello, Tommy. How are you, sir? So next up is Bag of Bones. 1, 2, and 3. This is what happens when you'd have Skeleton Horde, but it's under the weather and it needs a trip to the doctor's surgery. It's like an anemic Skeleton Horde. Yeah, it is exactly what it is, Boomcat. Interesting findings. Yeah, so far they're pretty good, pretty interesting. It's like it's not as dark as Agaros. It's closer to Skeleton Horde, but it's it's a little. It hasn't been taking its iron. That is when skeletons are poorly. Exactly. Yeah. This is Skeleton Horde, but with a calcium deficiency. Yeah, that's like it's not bad color by any stretch of the imagination. Probably looks a little bit warmer on camera. Let me see if I can again just balance it slightly. You see. There you go, Lord Wedge. It's no bony matter, I'll tell you that. Exactly, Chad. It's not bony matter. Though Bag of Bones is pretty good for a name. Do you ever use Vallejo? Not really. I never use the Xpress Colours in my videos. It is something that this year I kind of want to... My thing has been... I would like to do entire videos using other brands of paint that aren't Citadel for other game systems and things like that, to start kind of introducing more of a kind of wider range of content. However, the thing for Vallejo is I still want it to be contrast paint based, and the Xpress Colour set was not big enough to warrant that yet. I'm starting to think it's getting close. Because there's a lot of really cool stuff here. There's a lot more paint. Oh god, these are tough to open. Next up we have Willow Bark. Low calcium skeletons. Yeah, exactly. 1, 2, 3. Alright, I'm expecting Willow Bark to look exactly like Wildwood or bust. Willow Bark, here we go. Oh, that is a nice brown. Well, it's not Wildwood. There's a little bit too much red in it for it to be Wildwood. This is willow bark. It's nice. It's nice. I'm not sure which, again, I'm not sure of an analogous colour. That's willow bark. Put that there. We'll try mahogany immediately after. We'll compare the two. Would be a good leather colour. Yeah, no, absolutely. Great leather straps, 100%. But maybe mahogany's even better. Let's find out, shall we, together on this episode of What It Looks Like Live. Live with everyone's favourite Warhipster, because he's the only one. By default. Default! Right, mahogany. Here we go. Oh, baby. That is a hot colour. So whenever you see me do, like, a 1-to-1 mix of contrast medium and Cygor brown, it's because I want this colour. Oh, Vallejo, you spicy boy. Have you made these paints for me? It's nice. It is nice. Seen any differences on the one that are drying? They're drying nicely. So there's the greasy black. That's the first one we did. That's nice and dry. Hints of a real dark red. Yeah. Yeah, so this one, mahogany, and this one is willow bark. Those are some really good looking browns. Wildercore hunters would love this. Because that's two very distinct looking browns next to each other. That would be just very, very, very different. That's nice. I like that. Throw in old greasy brown. And then maybe some military yellow. And you got yourself a real kind of... That's a really interesting colour palette right there. That's like a default Adobe colour palette for vintage. Those are some really nice colours. I'm into that. Willow bark. Oh, but mahogany, that's great. That is a really, really nice colour. They're both keepers. For sure they are chromatism. I would recommend those in a heartbeat. Okay, we've done 6 more. Guys, you know the drill. Pick 6 more paints. You have many choices. You have tanned skin, rotten flesh, camouflage green, khaki drill, commando green, lancer grey, armor green, wagram blue, fairy skin, mummy white, forest green, fluid pink, muddy ground, starship steel, iceberg grey, battle dress brown, demonic skin. Next super chat gets to choose. Hey! Is this first wave or both waves? This is the expansion set. So there was 24 original colours. This is the next 36. Three people in a row asking for Mummy White is very, very funny to me. Mummy White! Mummy White! Mummy White! Okay, so Mummy White. Where's it gone? Where are you, Mummy White? There you are. Mummy White. Greens. Yes, greens. What was it? Commando green. Commando green. Muddy ground and khaki drill. Yeah, we can do those. Khaki drill. Camouflage green. Rotten flesh. Armor green we can leave for a minute. Lancer grey. Demonic skin. Eternal Crusader. Boom. You're in. Demonic skin. Where the hell's it gone? I had it just a moment a second ago. There it is. Demonic skin. Their 10th super chat on a live stream. That's very generous of you, the Eternal Crusader. Thank you very much. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's 6 more. See, guys, we're flying. We're flying. Okay. We will do Demonic Skin. Because Eternal Crusader super chatted for Demonic Skin. Do that one first. Crap baskets, that's not out in my area yet. That greasy brown would be great for cloaks for gits and cruel boys, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely, Mr. Bad Monkey Crew. If you can't... Bad Monkey CW, sorry. But Bad Monkey Crew. If you can't wait, Rattling Grime also works for you. Demonic Skin. 1, 2, 3. I need a thing. Oh, look at that. Oh boy. Well, there it is. There's your inflamed abomination skin. So that right there looks like the skin you do when you do things like Gilliman Flesh and then shade it with like Berserker Bloodshade. Or even Caribou Crimson. It's a really nice colour. It's kind of got that readiness to it. That colour is gross. For your Possessed. Yeah, no, that would be good for Possessed. What was the question? Twilight Rose. Ba-da-na-na-na. So that one's Twilight Rose. Where would you apply that one? That one's like Magos Purple. So you could use that, for example, on Slanesh clothes. That would work. Luxion Purple is usually what you would use that for. You could also use that one. There's our 2 new purples. Vampiric Purple is that more Luxion based one. That one's closer to Magos than anything else. So you could use that for a number of different applications. You could use that to shade skin to get something like that. Yeah, there's lots of things you could use that for. I'd call that cold ears. This one, demonic skin. That's very good. Demonic skin. What was next? Khaki drill. We'll do khaki drill next. Three. Did not expect a golden sprue. Yeah, Philip. Estrella is golden. She's also push fit. Demonic skin would be good for scars. Yeah, it'd be great for scars. You could use that to great effect on some Flesh Eater Quartz. Demonic skin. This one is Khaki Drill. This one. Next up, we're on to Khaki Drill. How about you? I feel quite confident using these. I don't feel like I'm going to over blob. That is one of the nice things about these. I don't feel as precious about making sure I've got the right amount on my brush and all that. Because I know they've got that slightly longer drying time. So that I can just get in there and absorb the paint where I don't want it. Like that. See? I mean, it goes on in no time at all. If I just wash the brush and then just get in here and say I don't want as much around that rivet, I can just do that. And I've got way more time to do that than I do with contrast paints. So that's Khaki Drill, and that's Bag of Bones. You made a scary ghost red face on your palette, did I? There. Good evening, Rob Paul. That's Khaki Drill. Boop, 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 boop. Is that one closer to Skeleton Horde? It's got more yellow in it. It's probably closer to a thinned down Iron Jaws yellow, that one. Skeleton Horde has just got a really refreshing amount of brown in it. Yeah. Good evening. Evening, Edward. Lick that like button, people. Says Captain Mannings. Indeed. Lick the like button because we're on 83 likes. Can we break 100? Have you tried using the Xpress medium with Citadel's contrasts? No, I haven't. I don't often have a lot of time to experiment, you know. Because I'm often just like filming, and because I like to keep my Games Workshop tutorials within Games Workshop land, so that anybody who's picked up their miniature for the first time and picked up Games Workshop paints can watch one of my videos and not be surprised by anything. I've not really had a chance to do things like that, but hoping this year that is something we're going to be able to try and do. Next up, we're going to do Camouflage Green. Oh god. These bottles are very squishy, so you end up splooging it out. Which isn't necessarily a good thing. There we go. Camouflage Green up next. It's definitely not going to be Creed Camo. Oh no, it definitely isn't. Oh, but what it is very nice. I've used way too much there. See? All that false confidence I was getting. But I can just get in there and move that paint around. Because it's got that slightly longer drying time. It's just one of the benefits of these. It's quite nice. I'll take things you don't want to hear from the bathroom for 1,000. Look, we're talking about various strangely coloured liquids, Chad. I'm going to be saying some slightly dodgy things. I've missed a bit there. Yeah. Death Guard fans, take note of that one. It's not quite Death Guard green, but it is quite a sickly, yucky green, that one. Again, let me see if I can balance that one. More yellow than green. Come on, you. There you go. That's what it looks like. It's definitely got some yellow in there. It's kind of akin to Athonian camo shade, if you've ever used that. Like a much stronger Athonian camo shade. Let's go with Commando Green next. Agrilo Yeen. Yes, both apply, Kel. So this one is Commando Green. Okay. Just didn't put that one in properly. Commando Green, here we go. Oh, okay, there's Creed camo. See, look, some of these paints feel like they go on really nicely, and others feel like they're kind of sticking. This one feels a bit sticky. That's camo, and that's Commando. So it's definitely got more hints of yellow in it. That one's got more. That one looks more green. Ugh. It's not bad. Right, Mummy White. Make sure that's actually secured this time. Just dropping this one all over the place. Both of those scream Nurgle to me. Oh yeah, but they're also like kind of more like what real world colors, I would say. That you could use them for things like historics. Rotten Flesh will do. And then we'll do Mummy White right after it. Oh, this one's got a smell. Yeah. It's not a horrible smell, but that was the first one I've smelt. Alright, this one is Rotten Flesh. Rotten Flesh. Coming up next. There you go. Rotten flesh. That's pretty nice. Demogorgon, thank you very much. For the gifted membership. Can you take the lids off these? Oh, maybe with some... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could. Demogorgon, thank you very much for the gifted membership. That's very, very, very kind of you. That is our first new gifted member of the day. Putting us on 625. One closer to the immortal goal of 690. Or 690. Very bright yellow. Yes, it was very bright yellow. It's got a little hint of green in it. It's more towards yellow than it is towards green. So if we compare... So there's your Commando green. And there's your Camouflage green. So they kind of go... Not in an exact order, but they kind of go like that. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No 666 goal. We could set the goal to 666. That would be hilarious. But if we change our goals convention to from funny numbers to demonic numbers, 666 followed by 777 followed by 888 followed by 999 for Zinch, 888 obviously for corn. There's rotten flesh. Yeah, Brad, generally, like, stuff like dropper bottles is really good for mixing paints. I don't really like them. I prefer getting my stuff out from a pot. Some people find that weird, some people find that frustrating. So this is Mummy White. Here it is. The paint you've all been waiting for. I just sold an Angron for £116.66 on eBay. The neighbour of the beast. Here it comes. Mummy White. Again, another very interesting colour, this one. It's quite similar to zombie flesh. That makes a very good, like, bandage color. Could even use that for bones. It's nice. It is very nice. It's closer to like a Paler Skeleton Horde. That looks like creamish robes in a bowl. Yeah, no, it really does. You could get some really nice, like, Dark Angels robes out of that. It's really good colour, that Mummy White. Mummy? Nunny? You could shade Mummy White with zombie flesh. That would work. Purity seals? Yeah. Parchment. Parchment. Soft wraps around weapons. Bandages. Robes. Could use it on bones. Bailey's Bristol Cream. Yep. Yeah, you could put that on. You could use that to paint some Baileys. Did you try already Dreadnought Yellow? No, not yet, Groovy out. We're going to get to the intense colours at the end. We're going to get through all of these first. So that is another 6 down, guys. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 left to choose from before we get to the intense colours. What do you want to see next? Battle Dress Brown, Muddy Ground, Iceberg Grey, Starship Steel, Fairy Skin, Tanned Skin, Fluid Pink, Lancer Grey, Armour Green, Wagram Blue, Forest Green. Now we need Holy White for a check. Is that the speed paint version? The Vallejo one is Templar White, I believe. Yeah. Dusk 22 coming in with the Iceberg Grey. Yeah. Starship Steel says Groovy Elk. Yeah. Armour Green. Fairy Skin. Battle Dress or Starship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more, and then we'll have 5 left. I'm going to pick one. I'm going to pick Muddy Ground. Because I'm also having fun. Right, I really want to see what Fairy Skin looks like, because a really rosy skin is something that Games Workshop doesn't do. And they paint a lot of stuff with kind of like quite rosy cheeks. And I want to see if we can get like a baby pink skin. Just really soft skin. Skin. Stop saying skin. It's starting to sound weird, Josh. Let's go with that one. That looks a little bit better primed. Alright, this one is Fairy Skin. Okay, it's quite pink. See, what I want is I want a paint that has the kind of upper colour of Guilliman Flesh, but with the deeper colour of like Carroburg Crimson, without having to do Guilliman Flesh followed by Carroburg Crimson. It's nice colour. It's not quite what I want, though. Yeah, it is a salmon pink. There's Demonic Skin, to put them next to each other. You see, there's quite a difference. Let's do Armour Green next. Yeah, Brad. Yeah. Has a blue tinge or so. It's not just you. It's because we're having to. It's because we're having to white balance it every so often. I can re-white balance it back the other way to there. How's that? camera's going to struggle when you're showing it so many different colours at once with a white palette on there and so on and so forth. It's just going to keep correcting it and going one way or the other. Should be better now, Demogorgon. We can show that again. Demonic skin and fairy skin. I'm having to just keep an eye on the white balance. Ah, good. So this one is going to be armor green. Baby skin and spanked baby skin. I'm not going to say what I just said. Armor green, here we go. Oh, hello. Okay, I take it back. That one is Creed camo. Well, what's interesting here is none of these appear to be like kind of like for like shades, which is really good from Vallejo. It does mean that if you're thinking of converting a scheme, that it becomes a little bit more annoying for you as a consumer. But at the same time, if you're looking for a new project and you want the perfect color, and you're thinking, I'll give those a go, you will get a unique shade. Which is great. That's nice. It's got elements of Creed and also Orc flesh in there. This is the colour I would use for guard. Yeah? Yeah, again, it's another kind of more real-world colour, so you would use that on perhaps some sort of more World War II type tanks, perhaps. I'm trying to think of it. It's not quite dark enough to be a Sherman green, but it's good. It's a nice colour, that. They would be good for the insides of mouths, etc. Yeah, Tom Kennish, absolutely. Very nice screen. Indeed it is. Okay, I'm actually running out of space. I need a bigger desk, guys. Yeah, exactly, Brad. And for the next steps, dry brush mummy white all over fairy skin. Some of these naming conventions. Ooh. Little spider web came to say hello. Next up, we will do Starship Steel. Can you use this kind of colour for dry brushing? I think not really. You can do it. It takes a lot of prep to do, though. You have to kind of soak your brush for a little bit longer and then wipe most of it off. What you can do with contrast, what you can do with these one coat paints, which is quite interesting, is if you dry brush the whole model with, say, white after you've put a bunch of base coats on, you can use contrast paints to do edge highlighting over the top of those whites to get really interesting colours. It's a lot of work, though. This is Starship Steel. This is another one that I can smell from here. Well, that just looks like Coelia green shade. In a very nice way. It's kind of like Coelia green shade and Griff Charger grey, somewhere in between them. That's a really nice colour. So this one would be quite good for like doing like true metallic metal shading on like silver. It's like any sword blades, like elven blades, for example. You would put this over the top of a bright silver. That'd look really good. Okay, I'm going to start putting them over here so I've got room. Could also be zombie skin. Yeah, dead flesh. I quite often use Griff Charger Grey for, like, dismembered heads on things. That's quite often what I use it for. You would absolutely be able to use that. And also use that on zombie skin. 1, 2, 3. Alright, next up we're on to Iceberg Grey. Alright, show me your Space Wolves. Okay, it's a little bit dark to be Space Wolves. It's kind of like a desaturated version of Storm Fiend in a really pleasing way, this one. It's kind of like the strength of pigment you wish Drakenhof Nightshade would be sometimes. It's quite nice. It's quite a pleasing grey. It's a bluish grey. So close to a true Space Wolves grey. Yeah, it's not quite there. It's a little bit darker. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. Shush. YouTube adverts. Just checking to see if I can do the thing. No, I can't. I've already done it this month. I think the Intense Viking Grey is the Space Wolves Grey. That would make sense. Iceberg Grey. It's quite a nice paint. Alright. Battle, Dress Brown, and Muddy Ground. Till I reach the muddy ground. You're up next. Oh, we're so close to 100 likes on the stream, guys. We're very, very close. 8 away. But how do they taste? They taste okay. They don't Just obviously don't drink them, as you should never drink any paint. Have I missed the intense Viking grey? No, you haven't, Flayon. We haven't done it yet. Battle Dress Brown we're going to do next. Battle Dress Brown, here we go. And that's Garagak Sewer. Quite a mid-brown, this one. That's okay. The ones that you can smell the moment you open it don't taste nice at all. I'm still absolutely in awe of the mahogany colour. So that one was mahogany. Which is just a lovely, lovely colour. Look at it. It's gorgeous. Thanks, Battle Dress Brown. Thanks for playing. Next up, we have Muddy Ground. If you're going to your local pub and they're serving pints of paint, that's a health code violation. Muddy Ground. Here it is. Oh. See, now that right there is a very pleasant Cygor Brown lookalike. I mean, it certainly looks like muddy ground. Do you think it would be easier to paint over large spaces like vehicles, etc.? Yeah, with a brush, it would be easier to do it with these. Still not easy to do, though, mind. You still have to, like, tackle it in sections. That is a really nice colour. So there's, once again, that's mahogany. This is darker. You might not look it on camera, but it is. This is Battle Dress Brown. Yeah, you're right. There are hints of snakebite leather in there, Chad. No, one of the big features of Xpress Colour is that they do dry a lot matter than the other two. So it's not just the camera, Chad. That is a feature of them. Which can result in them looking less vibrant. So like there's our Greasy Black. That's our first one that we did. You see how it's just really matte? So it does mean it looks a little bit less... Because right now, you see, look at how saturated that looks. Whilst it's drying, because it's still got that little bit of a satin finish to it, because it's still wet. Whereas when it mattes down, it loses some of that vibrancy. But it is a feature of the paints. It 100% is. Hey, we got 100 likes on the stream. You guys kick ass. So now we've got our 5 last paints, and then we'll move on to the intense colours. We've got Wagram Blue, Forest Green, Fluid Pink, Lancer Grey, and Tanned Skin. Which one do you want to see first? Tan Skin, Lancer Grey, Fluid Pink, Forest Green, or Wagram Blue? Whilst I take a little... Looks a bit... Yeah, Kim. I think that's the point. A lot of these colours feel a lot more real world, as it were. Yeah, Chad. Exactly. Show us the blue. Pink. Publius got there first. We'll go with the pink. Pink, then blue, then green. It's funny, when you do a long stream like this, I never realised quite how much I lean back like this. Fluid pink. As opposed to solid pink or gaseous pink. Oh god, it's pink. I mean, it is pink. I'll give it that. Well, there's your 40k Emperor's Children. Pepto Pink. Very good. Laura's not bothered. Not bad for me. It's not bad. It is really pink. It's the pinkest pink I've ever pinked. That is like Fulgrim pink levels of pink. Emperor's Children pink, maybe. It's so vibrant, you'd want to highlight that with white. What about pink plasma with that one? Yeah, you could do that. 100%. It is very vibrant. Not really on my palette of choice. What was next? Show us the blue, says Eternal Crusader. Blue is up next. Wagram Blue. Two and three. Put a fourth one in there because there's a aired rubble there. Wagram Blue. Here we go. How blue are you going to blue? Wagram Blue, if that is your real name. Let's do it this way. Yeah, see, now that one really does look like Storm Fiend. Again, slightly brighter. It's like denim. Denim in a bottle. Oh god, no, not that one. Croxigores, yeah? Yeah, actually. That's a really good shout. That's a very Seraphon-y blue. I'm into that. That's a good colour. How many times have I said that? How many colours am I into? Do I have a colour kink? Levi 50 first chapter has found its colour. Excellent, Flying. Top work with that one. Seven. Looks like a proper Ultramarines blue. It's a little bit... It's not quite Ultramarines bluey enough. It's a little bit cold for Ultramarines. It's a little bit too cold for Ultramarines. They're a little bit warmer. Generally tend to be. Next up. Lancer Grey. Oh, no, wait, hang on. What did you guys say? Forest Green. We'll do Forest Green next. Forest Green Rovers. Now would be a good time to insert ads, says YouTube. No, I don't agree, YouTube. No matter how much money it doesn't make me. A little bit late, but what's your thoughts on the new Xpress? They're pretty good. There's a lot more grounded colours. This is Forest Green next. There's an unpoppable air bubble just there. Right, Forest Green. Yeah, I've finally got it. That's pretty cool green. It's much more jewelly than the other ones we've had. YouTube doesn't recognize when the entire video is an ad. Exactly. Forest green. Where do these fall in the cost per paint? I'm typically spending £4 a contrast paint. I think they're a bit cheaper. Depends where you get them from. If you ship them from Spain, they're obviously more expensive. Tan skin. Proper sewer toxic. Yes, yes. Tan skin. Up next, Philip Marks. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted Warhipster memberships. You hero. That's very kind of you. That puts us on 630. You can get them now, I think. I'll find out for you in just a second. Tanned flesh. They literally just sent them to me and just... Tanned skin, I should say, is what they're called. They said, we're sending these to you. I'm like, cool. There's no mention of disclosure or anything like that, so I guess I'm just going to get on with it. Tan skin, here we go. Ayo. Hey, it's the colour that Dark Oath Flesh wishes it was. It's pretty good. Essence of Essex. Tan flesh or tanning bed flesh. Yeah, wow. I think that's a nice colour. That's what you get when you thin down Gore Grunter fur. Or another good leather backpack or tome colour I like. Yeah. It is a nice... Like I said, you've thinned down Gore Grunter fur. You start to approach that. Gore Grunter fur's got a little bit more red in it. So you wouldn't use that for something like Kragnos, for example. You'd still stick to Gore Grunter. But that's starting to approach it, which is really nice. I just kind of wish one of these companies would just be brave and make a contrast paint colour that is intended for black skin that isn't like fur or wood or something like that. Just be brave. Instead of Guilliman flesh, Dark Oath flesh, this, that, and the other. Just give us a black skin paint, because Games Workshop, they rarely ever follow normal naming conventions, right? But at least we have Catachan flesh, Blood Reaver flesh, Night Quester flesh. These are paints that are darker in nature. I just wish I wish somebody would make a contrast paint like that is intended that is basically just black skin. And no one seems to do it because we've got Cygor brown, Battle Dress brown, mahogany, willow bark, wildwood. It's like how it used to be recommended when you wanted to paint black skin. For example, on like the Errant Quester from Forge World. it used to be recommended that you do tusk or fur. It's like, come on. Lancer Grey. Is that what noble skin is? If that's the case, then I wish Vallejo and GW would do it. I tip my hat to the Army Painter. I don't remember the speed paint range at all. We're on to our last of the non-intense colours here. This is Lancer Grey. But Noble Skin came out looking like rattling grime to me. Well, that's not great, is it? Lancer Grey. What on earth are you? What on earth are you? It's like a greenish grey. I mean, there's your, like, algae colour. Do you see what I mean? That's interesting. It's an interesting colour, that one. I'm not sure I like it. I don't know why. That seems like a... I mean, it's clearly a... That's like a World War II colour again. It's another more grounded tone. Interesting. I'm running out of room again. Brr. Thoughts so far? Yeah, it's going well. Okay. So, we've done all of our colours so far. So that's all of our new colours. So what we have now is we have the intense colours left to do. And I want you all to tell me which one you want to see first. Okay? I'll give you the names. We have Viking Grey, Hospitalia Black. We have, and wait before I say it, because you might jump the gun, Seraph Red and Phoenix Orange. We have Monastic Green and Legacy Blue. And finally, we have Heretic Turquoise and Dreadnought Yellow. Okay. I'll give you all a moment to think about it whilst I relax my spine. Oh, my spine! Everyone's going to say something completely different now. See? Dreadnought Yellow, Monastic Green, Space Wolf Colour, Phoenix Orange. Oh, please compare Hospitalia Black with Black Legion. Yeah, we can do that, Tundra. That is a thing we can do. I'll take requests once we've done these. What time did we go live? 4:30. How long have we been going? We have been going for a mighty 2.5 hours nearly. They are Space Marines Legion colours, right? Some of them look like it. I am going to go with Groovy Elk. He got there first. And you guys all want to see the Dreadnought Yellow, so we'll try Dreadnought Yellow. I have no idea how these are supposed to work. But if they are like the single pigment contrast paints, that's very interesting. Because that is one of the things that I think really sets Contrast apart currently. Because Black Legion is just streets ahead of Black Lotus and any of the other black paints that we've had from this type of paint range. Black Legion is just an unbelievably good paint. I mean, it's streets ahead of Black Templar even when that first dropped out, and that was a pretty cool paint. But that is dark grey, right? Dreadnought yellow. Let's see what happens. 2, 3. I'm gonna go for 4 here, even though it says intense. Intense. Are you intense? Or are you in fact in my studio? I'm really funny. That's why you should subscribe today. Okay. I mean, it's a really nice colour. That is what... Now, normally I would put a yellow over the top of Wraithbone, right? So it's really warm. But that is pretty much what... over White Scar. That's pretty much what, like, Eand Yellow looked like. But also, that's pretty much what Imperial Fist shaded with Cassandora Yellow looks like. Do these smell any different? No, they smell the same. Right, let's see if I have to balance this. Yeah, I know it looks orange. Give me a second. Because it doesn't look orange to where I'm sat. See? There's definitely tones of orange in there. That's pretty much what Imperial Fist's armor looks like, right? It's pretty good. It is very acceptable. It is Imperial Fist's yellow, basically, with a little bit more contrast action going on in there. So it's what happens when you take Imperial Fist, the contrast paint, and you put Cassandora yellow over the top of it. Let's see if I've got an example. Not really. Not a good one. Yeah, actually. Oh, come here. See what I mean? This one has been highlighted. Okay. I'm going to go with the Heretic Turquoise next. Because I want to. Because I want to. This next one is Heretic Turquoise. Oh my, that's strong. It is intense. That's a really nice colour, though. Is it Sons of Horus green? No. Is it close? Reasonably. They taste alright. Although I now nearly have 36 of them in one paint pot. So it's starting to get a little bit lit. Yeah, we'll see what that looks like when it dries matte. It's close. It might need like a shade of, say, Coelia green shade or something. Just to bring it close enough. But it's not bad. It's not far away. So that's intense colour number 2. What's next? Green, blue, orange, red, black, or grey? Dark Angels green would look over that. It'd be very interesting. It'd be very, very dark. Yeah, Chad. Monastic green. Lord Wedge gets in there first. Lord Wedge gets his choice. And then Durgo will do Hospitalia black. And then red. And then black again. Monastic green. Here we go. There's nothing on that. What am I doing? I'm losing my mind. Alright, Monastic green. Yeah, see that there's your Dark Angels green colour. Particularly they're more kind of modern Dark Angels that they seem to have adopted with the Azrael model, for example. Because he was weirdly a lot brighter than the rest of his range. That's a really good green. It's a very good green. It feels quite controllable as well, unlike Dark Angels green, which can be a fickle mistress. It's why I'm paying this one so much respect, because I'm like, I can't just throw this one on there, because these dark greens generally tend to be a little bit of a nightmare. They tend to err towards black if they're applied too strongly. Yeah, that is really good. Dark Angels green, but intense. My God, I'm so intense. Look at my muscles. Matthews, I've seen you use Fire Slayer flesh over Reichland flesh showed on gold. Could you please explain which and why did you find better, please? Apologies for off topic. Fire Slayer flesh is a really strong gold, a really strong color to shade your gold. So if you're gonna, if you really want really deep shadows in gold, and you want it to like kind of be really kind of dark brown, sort of reddy brown in the recesses, then Fire Slayer flesh is a lot better for that because it's a lot stronger than Reichland flesh shade. Reichel Flesh Shade is a perfectly lovely rosy skin shading paint, which does a similar job but is nowhere near as strong. So if you're just going to shade some gold details with no intention of relayering them to make them really bright, Reichel Flesh Shade is great. If you're going to relayer them to make them bright, then using something like Fire Slayer Flesh will give you more contrast in terms of the darker parts and the brighter parts of the model. So for example, this right here being a shiny Hammers of Sigmar, using Reichel Flesh Shade on that wouldn't get it as deep and rich in the shadows as you would want it to be, but especially when it's a majority gold miniature. So that's why I use Fire Slayer Flesh on this one. Same for like Custodies and things. But for small like gold trinkets and little bits of trim here and there, Reichel Flesh Shade is perfect for it. There's your Monastic Green. For an old school Black Orc skin. Yes, Rock Golem. That's particularly pertinent given the non-stop, the unstoppable impending march of Old World. Heading to a channel very soon near you. We're going to become Old Warhipster. Old Walled Hipster. Alright, Hospitalia Black next. I did promise. Have Vallejo cracked the code? Have they managed to do it? Hospitalia Black, here we go. It looks black. It's Black Legion, alright. It's not quite as good as Black Legion, but it's close. So the thing to do here would definitely be to add a shade. But that is pretty good. That's pretty darn good. Pretty darned good. I mean, Black Legion is just sick. That's blacker than the grease before. Oh yeah, 100%. You've got two paints here, each called black. So you've got Greasy Black and Hospitalia Black. One of these paints is not like the others. One of these paints is not just another black. Your face, you're a pretender. We have fun here at youtube.com/Warhipster. And do you know where else we have fun in the Warhipster land? In our Warhipster Discord. And if you want to become a member of the Warhipster Discord, then you have to become a YouTube member or a Patreon subscriber. And it would be very lovely if you did. Ironically, it's less intense than Black Legion. Yeah, it's not like it's an intense black. It's good, that. It is good. Thinking about picking up Horus Ascended, any advice for building it? As I have never messed with resin before. Yeah, give it a really good wash. And be really, really damn patient with it. Matthews, thank you very much for becoming a member. That's very kind of you. You take us within 59 of our goal. You know, if everybody watching right now gifted or became a member, we would smash right past it. We'd go over 700. and I would cry. Right. What was he wanting next? Red. I think it was red. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with the red. Seraph red. This is Seraph red. Bosh. Alright. Red is a very important colour to me. It is my favourite of the colours. Yo, Grimnar, thank you very much for upgrading your membership to Battle Hipster. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Seraph Red. Here we go. Oh, you know what? That is a very pretty red. Oh, that's a very pretty red. Okay. Naughty, naughty, Vallejo. You're teasing me. That is a really, really, really pretty red. That is like... That's just very, 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 very nice. That's very, very good. That is, some might say, an intense red. Edward705, thank you very much for being a member for 5 months. We're coming up on our 6-month anniversary, Edward. I'll have to take you out. For dinner. Not take you out. Don't worry, I'm not threatening you. Yeah, that absolutely works, Jimmy. 1-to-1 Black Templar Wildwood is a really nice, good dark skin tone. Cygor Brown's just very good. That's a really good red. I like that red a lot. That right there is like Horus Heresy Blood Angels. It is very... It's just dark enough that you get that kind of Horus Heresy Blood Angels look. You could just go straight in and highlight that with Evil Sun Scarlet and then Fire Dragon Bright, and you'd get a really good Blood Angels colour. Like I said, red's very important to me. It's my favourite of the colours. Bet that in a few months we'll see something along the lines of Speed Paint Extreme from Army Painter. What? Speed Paint Extreme. Speed paints that are single pigment colours. And everyone will be like, this is innovative. And Games Workshop will be like, we already did this. Yeah, but you called them contrast paints and they don't have any contrast in them. Do we all have to live so relentlessly in the real world? Good red for Farsight. Yes, 100%. 100% Forge Father. Spot on. That is Farsight Enclave's red right there. Ooh. You've given me some inspiration. Are you offering to kill me, Pete? It does read a little bit like you're offering to off Edward for me. And I must stress, at no point do I want anyone to off Edward. Oh, God. I get that, Groovy Elk. And I think they might if they bring out more. But you don't want too many lines, that's the thing. Next up, we have Legacy Blue. If you have too many product SKUs, too many different types of paint on the market, you end up confusing things. So it's why they went from having, I get why they did it. It can be a little bit confusing, but they went from having texture and technical and all this kind of thing. They're all just technical paints now. Legacy Blue. Here we go. I'm expecting Crimson Fists or Night Lords. I changed my mind at last. It's Light Lords. You can't prove that I said Crimson Fists. That's quite a nice colour for Librarian armour, to be honest. Oh, it's like Celestium Blue. That is a really good Night Lord's colour. Oh, just missed a big blob of it right there. It's very blue. The bottle just spooged all over the palette. Exactly, Lord Wedge. I'm avoiding saying that, though, because it made people uncomfortable. And now I've just said it. Yeah, we will, Lord Wedge. We will. I'm not just going to immediately cut the stream off as soon as we're done. They seem to flow well. They do red. Red. Have you done orange? I always struggle with a nice orange. We can do orange yet. Next, just for you, Rez. I'll do orange just for you. And 50 gifted members. It is Celestian Blue. Don't gift 50, Rez. I'm joking. We'll do orange next. I'll take requests after we've done the last two. 1, 2, 3. So the next one is Phoenix Orange. Not to be confused with Phoenix. A failed crypto scam. Okay. Phoenix Orange. Oh, I mean, it's just Magmadroth Flame again. I mean, Magmadroth Flame is an intense orange, and this is no different. It's very orange. They do feel weightier on the brush, and that doesn't make sense, but like it feels like there's a little bit more surface friction as I'm applying these intense colours to the previous ones. The other ones felt like they glided a little bit. Although, as I mentioned, some of them do feel like they're a little bit sticky. That's these feel quite sticky as you paint them on. You probably can't hear my brush, which is usually how you know you're getting a good brush stroke. That is a very, very orange paint. The other orange res is Chameleon Orange, which we tested earlier. It's this one. I don't know if you saw it. That one's really orange, and I really like this colour. It's like a burnt ember. It's very autumnal, this one. That one's very, very orange. Let me just see if I can colour balance it again. We'll do another white balancing thing. Just see if you can really see. Yeah, see? See what I mean? There's our two oranges. We go really warm. Yeah. So that one is Chameleon Orange. And the one we just did was Phoenix Orange. Phoenix Orange, I think you would be hard-pressed to see a difference between Phoenix Orange and Magmadroth Flame. But you would definitely see a big difference between Chameleon Orange and Griff Hound Orange. Okay. Last one. Viking Grey. Do you think Corax White is as bad as many people says? No, I don't think it is, Yayi. I think it's really good. I really like Corax White. What people confuse it with is Ceramite White, which is the devil. Ceramite White is an awful, awful paint that they don't make anymore. It's terrible paint, and they don't make it anymore. Corax White is good paint. Corax White is the white that came from Forge World. It's the same as Corvus Black. It's an old Forge World paint that became part of the main line. Corax White is a decent paint. It's not a bright white, but it is a good white. Last one, Viking Grey. I need a base. Yeah, Ceramite White, one of the worst paints ever invented. Viking Grey. But I use Corax White all the time. It's pretty good. I would say that that is what Space Wolves Grey wishes it was. It's good. That is a good blue. That is a good blue-grey. That's a good colour. I like that. Viking Grey. Good job. Is it different enough from Iceberg Grey? Yes. Ignore me. That's good. That is a good colour. That is a good paint. How well do the intense colours mix down with medium to make them more contrasty? Well, we can figure that out. We can figure that out and more, Tom, in just a minute. I need a quick rest. I've got to let all of this dry. You can see my lovely palette here. We're going to let all of this dry, and then we're going to look at them when they're dry, so that I don't put my thumb in any of them. So from the moment, we'll just pop back to this screen whilst we leave it all to dry. And we'll talk, you and I, face to face. We're not so different, you and I. What should I have for dinner, guys? I'm on my own for tea tonight. Alice is out. She's away. What do you think of these so far? I think there's a lot of play in them. I think this is good. I think this is a really good addition to the range of Xpress Colour. It does fill out the range a lot more. I think because they dry so matte, they are limited a little bit. So what you have is you have a lot more kind of more realistic tones for colours rather than kind of more fantastical tones. So things like the greys and the browns and the greens, they feel a lot more kind of, there's less kind of jeweliness to them, right? So like forest green doesn't really look like a green leaf, whereas over in contrast land, you have things like Mantis Warriors Green and Striking Scorpion Green and things like that, which are just really vivid colours that are only really... They're not really natural colours that you would find in war games, per se. Normally you would have things like Striking Scorpion Green and whatnot. You would see it in nature on things like little tree frogs. Like, they're really vibrant green. But, like, they're not, like, typically kind of a green that we would manufacture for war, as it were. This range feels a lot more complete in terms of adding that naturalistic feel to it, and I would suggest that a lot of this has been done to kind of appeal to that kind of slightly more grounded feel of war games. So things like historicals and things like that, like Greasy Black would really work as like a weathering paint. Lancer Grey, Battle Dress Brown, Muddy Ground, Mahogany, a Willow Bark, the greens, Commando Green, Camouflage Green, Armor Green, they would all fit in as well. You could make some really cool looking sort of World War II battleships in like the Iceberg Grey. Fish and chips with mushy peas. Oh, Jarl Grimnar. That's very tempting. Is there a good colour for that iconic Tomb King's turquoise? Yeah, it's Pterodon turquoise. Or Achillean green. I'd probably go for Achillean green, to be honest. Eldari Emerald. Yeah, that is fun. That is fun. I'm looking forward to seeing the Tomb Kings in the wild. Getting my hands on some of them, looking at the box arts and things like that, because it'll all be a nice, I'll be able to see it with my eyes rather than look at it through a screen. Be able to determine what those colours are. There's lots of different choices you could have for the Tomb Kings. Like I said, Achillean green, Eldari Emerald, Pterodon turquoise, Croxigor scales in a pinch as also would work. For anyone here familiar with the Retributors chapter from Astartes, would any of these colours be good for them? Thinking maybe Greasy Black. For Retributors. Oh, yes. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Iceberg Grey, to be fair. Although they do have quite a cold grey, right? Technique question. When using contrast, when would you want to mix with Lahmian medium instead of contrast medium? When all you want to do with Lahmian medium is to basically use Lahmian medium with contrast paints to improve the flow massively rather than reduce colour, basically. Contrast medium does a really good job of thinning down the colour, and it does improve the flow of contrast paints, but Lahmian medium does a really good job of thinning it down. Ultimately, contrast medium acts more like contrast paint, Lahmian medium acts more like a traditional kind of shade paint type thing. So if you use traditional paints and you use shade paints before they became... Oh, excuse me. Ugh. You use shade paints before they became the kind of slightly more shades. You know those really liquidy paints, like these ones. These feel quite liquidy. Lahmian medium basically makes it feel more familiar, like you're painting with water or thinning something down with water. Contrast medium is adding more contrast paint to it to thin down the colour or take some of the thing. Lahmian is great for blending, it absolutely is, yeah. You can use it to reduce the intensity of the colour, but you can also use it to improve flow. Lahmian is more watery, yeah. So it becomes more of a kind of more familiar texture to apply to a miniature when you're using something like Lahmian medium. So when you're painting something over like really wide flat surfaces and you want a really good, strong but smooth finish, Lahmian medium is great for thinning it down because it does subtract from the contrasting effect, particularly in the low end. whereas contrast medium continues to maintain both types of pigment. Does that make sense? Oh, and it very itchy eye. Ultimately, as long as you're using a medium and not water, you're generally fine. You can use most things to thin down contrast paint. I just always avoid water because it does tend to separate things. You can buy things like airbrush thinner. That does it. That's really good for thinning contrast paint. Again, more familiar than, say, adding contrast medium. Stuff like Water Plus from Instar Paints. That's also really good for thinning contrast paint. Yeah. There's lots of options. Oh, it's been a long year, hasn't it, folks? Oh. Ah. Ah. It's been a great year. Oh, dearie me. I'm very tired. But which brand tastes the best? Actually, to be fair, probably the Xpress Colours. They veer towards actually tasting fruity, and then they taste horrible. But Xpress probably does taste the best. Of all the horrible... you know, all three are horrible. But they're probably the least horrible of the three. Coat d'Arms has the most nostalgic smell. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good old Coat d'Arms. I'd like to see a Dark Angel painted in that monastic green, to be honest. That's something we could probably work out. I am too used to licking the brush, and I regret it every time I use Microsol and Microset. Dudex, I was exactly the same. So now, if I'm using them, I have to be very, very, very careful. Doing black talons, but I haven't got Soul Blight Grey. Any alternatives? Apothecary White. Apothecary White will work, or Null Oil. Either will work. Estrella Soul Bright is built. Awesome. We can be Estrella Soul Bright twins, Philip. I was going to paint her as part of this Hammers of Sigmar video that I'm doing. But I decided not to in the end. Because she doesn't fit into the 2,000 points of Hammers of Sigmar, which is the whole point of that video. So the video that's coming out tomorrow, because I've got to finish the bases tonight. The video that's coming out tomorrow is a new format of video. And I'm really, really hoping that you guys like it. It is a painting video. It's how to paint your backlog, basically. I haven't decided on a title yet. Maybe you guys can come up with a really good one. But basically, I needed to make a 2,000 point Hammers of Sigmar army, and I was essentially 11 models away from doing it. 1 Stormstrike Chariot, 5 Vanquishers, and 5 Vigilors. That's all I needed to do to finish off 2,000 points of Hammers of Sigmar. Now, I was like, no one's going to watch Contrast Plus How to Paint Hammers of Sigmar Vanquishers. They're just not. It's just not going to happen. As I suspected, same thing would happen with How to Paint Hallowed Knight's Knight Judicator. It's had 2,000 views. That's great. Fabulous. And it was there. It's there for anybody who's doing Hallowed Nights and wants to know how I would paint them for a Night Judicator. Absolutely perfect. That's exactly what you needed. However, doing 5 Vanquishers to put out a video feels a bit like a stopgap solution. So what I've done is I've done a video where I'm painting all of them in one video with the purposes of finishing off a 2,000 point army, which has been great. Does it have dragons? Yeah. No, yeah. The dragons I've already done are part of that army. The Storm Dread Guard, the ones up here. These ones up here. So I've painted all of this as part of one video, so it will show you how I tackle something like painting 11 models at once. It's also mostly how to paint the Storm Strike Chariot and how those colours spill over onto all the other things, like the other infantry. And then as part of that as well, because I know some people ask for this, like specific recipe videos, we've got recipe shorts for the gold, the blue, the white, the Griff Charger Flesh, a really good skin recipe, because I painted Gavriel's Shoreheart as part of this as well. Although that's not for me, that's for Adam for Christmas. And also how I painted the pennant on the Vanquishers. So there should be 6 or 7 of those. So it's just a reference point. So it'll be more of a bloggy type video, but it's still a how to paint. And then there are some recipe videos that will also be coming out next week. So that one should be coming your way tomorrow. Oh, the basing as well. 11 models at once. Don't you lose your mind doing that. 5 models is already a stretch for me. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes I end up having to do sort of 20 or 30 models at once. Painting for the God King, always. One of my goals this year was to actually finish some armies, and I just haven't done it because I've been so busy doing all the new stuff. And I really wanted to take some time at the end of the year to finish one of my armies. And that is exactly what I've done. And I'm going to be spending this week filming some other tutorials, finishing some other bits. And then I'm off for Christmas from Friday to Tuesday. And then I'm back on Wednesday for another stream. We'll be live streaming post-Christmas. And then I'll be working from the Thursday till next Christmas. Did someone ask what my favourite was from this lot? Probably Mahogany, to be honest. Mahogany's a really nice paint. How are we doing on the drying front? We're nearly there. We're nearly dry. Fit a comparison of Vampiric Purple and Gloomy Violet. I'll catch up on speed later on. I'll see what I can do. Maybe some Overlord ships. Caradron Overlords will be a project for next year. I have a 2,000 point army of them to do, but I won't get them done in the next 2 weeks. But I do have 2,000 points of Caradron Overlords sat in boxes. What was the overall verdict? I have a few of these. Not sure what I think yet. So, no, I'm just going to take these off. I've got an itchy ear. Sorry. It's annoying me. The overall verdict, as it was before with the Xpress Colours are great. They are fantastic. They are fabulous colours. They dry matte. They go on really well. And they stay intact for the most part, as far as I know. For certain. I should test it. I will test it in a minute on Greasy Black. They've got a really long drying time as you're applying them, so they go on nice and smooth. It means you can move them around, which is great. So overall, Vallejo is really good. Now, the problem with the 24 paints before, which was 23 paints plus a medium, was that there wasn't enough of them. nowhere near enough of them, and so you couldn't be like, I'm a contrast painter, but I prefer Vallejo, so I'm going to convert fully over, because you just had no hope of being able to do that because you were missing some very fundamental colors, like a lot of browns, like a lot of things like bone colors and stuff like that. Those were not in the 24. So no, it wasn't a suitable replacement for your contrast painting range. This is a lot better. A lot more colors are filled in here. Got some really nice colors. They're still as good as they were before. I haven't tested if they reactivate yet. We will do that in just a minute. We will go for the tried and trusted, drop some medium on it and see if it comes off. What do days off look like for the Warhipster? They don't come about very often. Usually I take a day off because there's a game I really want to play. So that's usually it. I play a game. I play a game for maybe 8 hours. But even then I'm still working. I'll play the game for about 8 hours and then I'll come up and do some more work. When was the last time I took a day off? It was a long time ago. A full day off. No, it wasn't that long ago. It can't have been. We went Christmas shopping. That was it. That was about a week and a half ago. No, wait, I still worked. Damn it. I was trying to get my phone fixed. It's much closer than before, but still not quite enough. I'd say if you really wanted to, you could probably replace your contrast paint set with these now, with all 60 of these paints. Do you need all 60 paints? I don't know. Not often. People often don't need all 60 paints. Why does this one look a bit shiny? Are you still drying? My old pot of nuclear yellow is a bit shiny. That's weird. I think there's a lot more kind of they finish really matte. So are they as suitable for like things like Warhammer? I don't know. Are they much more suitable for kind of more advanced painting techniques, things like doing non-metallic metal? Probably. They would take a lot longer to dry though, because they do. I think they're good. I think it is a good set. It is a good set, and it does fill in a lot of those gaps that there were before. I think what they need to do now is do a shade paint range that's the same. To really, truly compete with contrast paint. Because putting some shades over these, I'm sure they would look really good. And you would be combining Citadel shades with Xpress Colours, which is, you know, at the end of the day, really good, a really good practice to get into. What's the next game on your radar? I don't know. What's good that's coming out? I really want to do the God of War DLC, but I don't really know if I have the time. Maybe I'll figure it out. I'll figure out some time to do it. It's just between now and the end of the year, I've got to get 5 videos done to keep up with. I mean, tonight's a failure. Technically, tonight's a failure because tonight is when a video is supposed to go up, but it's coming out tomorrow. So that's why we're streaming instead tonight rather than tomorrow, because I didn't get the bases done in time, and I really want to get all the bases done. So the video is coming out tomorrow rather than tonight, which is why we're streaming tonight. It's been great. Like, today is not a failure. Today's great. This stream has been fantastic. You guys are amazing. Over 100 viewers and 117 likes, 7 new members, and about £5 in chat revenue. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know when I don't know what's coming up next for me. Yeah, this week basically I've got to get 5 videos done because I've got Thursday, Saturday, Thursday, Saturday, Thursday, Saturday. 6 videos. No, 5 videos. I don't need to do one for the 3rd Saturday. That one's already underway. Yeah. So things like after this stream, I'll have some dinner, and then I'll paint Hollow Morn Crypt Guard probably. Because you guys really like the Flesh Eater Quartz tutorials, so we'll do some more of those. And then I basically need like Wednesday, because Wednesday will be a live stream, but Wednesday day will be a video editing day. Either way, these are some excellent paints, so I'm going to put them all on the screen for you in just a second. The palette is still drying. It's interesting that even from paint number 1, it's still a little bit wet all this time later. So we'll do that, and we'll put you there. Yeah, we'll do it like this. You'll touch my mat. Don't threaten me with a good time. YouTubing and painting as much as I do is a very, very rewarding and very, very tiring enterprise. That was Starship Steel. That's Iceberg Grey. Yeah. I'm looking forward to Christmas because there will be a few days off, which is nice. It's nice for everybody. I am actually just a glutton for this as well. What army will you be collecting for Old World? I think I might do 3. I want to do Tomb Kings. I want to do Wood Elves. And I might do the Empire as well. Because the Empire are truly iconic. But I also just really love those old Wood Elf models. Things like the Glade Lord and stuff like that. I absolutely adore them. They're fabulous old models. Yeah. Like I said, I want to get quite a few armies of Old World on the go. This is the thing, is I really hope Old World is very successful from a YouTube point of view. Because if you guys consume the content, watch the videos, love the videos, and all that good stuff, and we see a fair bit of growth from it, I'm fully prepared to like jump in and do like I'm fully prepared to do things like how to play and do battle reports and do scenery building and do all of that thing, because I'm really excited for Old World. But if it falls flat on its face and it's not good for growth, it's going to be a real shame. Welcome back, Captain Mannerings. Starting from nothing, how do you feel about going Xpress over Contrast? That presents a very interesting question. Are you... If you're brand new to the hobby, I would say no, don't do it. Because there's not anywhere near as much support for this type of paint out here on the internet. For Xpress. If you don't have any of the one coat paints, and you're a confident painter, and you think you know what you're doing, it's a bit of a learning curve painting with one coat paint. So speed paint, contrast paint, these paints, Express colors, they're all the same. They all work fundamentally similarly. Some just dry a little bit longer than others. I would say you could probably go for these. If you really wanted to. What's in the way? I'm in the way. Hang on. Let me just remove all of this. That one? No. That one. There we go. So here they are. This is all of them. This is all 36 of the new ones in one place. So starting from the bottom, now we're here. We have down here is desert ochre. We have wicked purple. We have, this is not a new one, it's an old one. Nuclear yellow, but I never got to do it in the first place because it was out of stock. This is chameleon orange, zombie flesh, bag of bones, willow bark, mahogany. I should have known that. Demonic skin. We have tanned skin here, armor green, fairy skin, mummy white, rotten flesh, commando green, camouflage green, khaki drill, vampiric purple, twilight rose, military yellow, lancer grey, wagram blue, fluid pink, muddy ground, battle dress brown, iceberg grey, starship steel, forest green. And then we have the intense colours at the top here. Dreadnought yellow, heretic turquoise, monastic green, hospitalia black, seraph red, legacy blue, phoenix orange, viking grey, and greasy black. Is not an intense colour, it's just up there for some reason. Behold. What do you think? I think as a colour palette, they're really nice. They're a lot more natural. There's a lot more kind of sort of natural colours going on here. So kind of more real world examples of colours. Like I said, they're less when they dry, they're more matte, so they appear less vibrant, although they're probably not less vibrant, to be fair. The intense colours are really good. I think they're nice. Some of them could do with a little bit of shading. Stuff like zombie flesh, that could do with some shading. But they're good. They're good. This is a really, really, really strong addition to a range of paints. Really strong. I mean, it doubles it. It doubles the size of the range, right? It's not just like 5 colours, 5 extra colours, for example. So that's really, really good, and it's really encouraging. They're dope. They're dope. They're really good. Really, really good. Am I going to replace all of my paints with Xpress Colours? No. Am I inclined to do Vallejo style tutorials? Yes. I feel like there is potential now that is more than possible to do. Something like paint the what are they called, Shatterpoint minis with Vallejo paints. That is something that I think we could probably do. What's the difference between Bad Moon Yellow and Imperial Fist Contrast? Bad Moon Yellow is, I can show you, they're different colours fundamentally. So this one is Bad Moon Yellow, and this one is Imperial Fist. So one is much warmer than the other. One's a lot colder. This one's colder than this one. It might not be showing up on my camera because we fiddle about with the white balance so much. I painted some Custodes pre-Contrast era, but not a ton of painting experience. Yeah, I mean, look, everybody has different reasons for buying different things. I've got tons and tons and tons of videos that are all using contrast paint. So first and foremost, if you want how to paint with contrast paint, I've got 500 plus videos, right? So that right there says it all. I'm not sure, I don't know for a fact if there are anybody who's out there doing whole models with Vallejo Xpress Colour. There might be, there might not be. So there comes a question of, if you're not confident about choosing colour, then it's a case of, if it's like, well, what colour would you paint this? You have to make the choice, and if it's not the right choice, then you'll be annoyed. Whereas if you're like, how do I paint Crondis, for example, then I've got you covered. I've got a video as with contrast paint. Am I going to go back through all of my videos and convert them to Vallejo and speed paint? No, I'm not going to do that. That would be awful for me. So yeah, it's an interesting one. I think there's a case to be made that yes, you could absolutely go straight for Vallejo colors. Just be wary that they're not going to match with 100%. It'll take a lot of experimentation. The Heretic one looks like it would be much better over a metallic for Alpha Legion now that I see it dry. Heretic Turquoise. It's not quite Alpha Legion-y enough. You need more blue in there for it to be Alpha Legion-y, I think. Yeah, they'll never replace my Skeleton Horde. Yeah, no, you're spot on there. I mean, there are some contrast colours that are just unbelievable. Black Legion is the GOAT for me. Skeleton Horde is excellent. Bile Red is a fantastic red paint. Imperial Fist is a fantastic yellow paint. All you have to do is add a little bit of shade to it, and you're good to go. And there's so many different shades you can put over those as well to change the properties of them. Oh, goodness me. Assaman Blue. Assaman Blue is really nice. Talisar Blue is a classic. I really love Talisar Blue. Briar Queen Chill is a really excellent paint. Frost Heart is great. Blood Angels Red is... I used to think it was great, but Bile Red's replaced it for me as a favourite. Yeah. Carandra's Green is a lovely paint as well. And I really like the flesh paints. I wish there was a little bit more difference in them. What are your favourite colours from here? My favourite colours from here are probably the browns, to be honest. Mahogany, Willow Bark, Muddy Ground, Battle Dress Brown's quite nice. I really like Starship Steel. I think that's a really beautiful paint. That's close to Briar Queen Chill. Lancer Grey has grown on me. It's not that bad. I like Desert Ochre as well. Wicked Purple's nice. Tan Skin is pretty cool. And Seraph Red. Seraph Red's very nice. What's that pinky purple on the far right again? Which one? This one? This one is Twilight Rose. I also do really like Fluid Pink, because it is a proper pink. But they're very, 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 very matte. Hello, Guile bro? Gilly bro? Hello. Yeah. All in all, pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, the orange as well. Chameleon Orange. Chameleon Orange is very nice. That's a very nice orange paint. That right there is really good for like orange plasma and stuff. I'm a big fan of that. Really big fan of that. Right. We've got one more test. and that's the reactivation test. And we're going to do this now. Where am I? I need to put my face back on. Hello. We'll put these back on as well. So reactivation test is very simple. As you know, in my videos, what I like to do is I like to layer things up and then blend them out together. And you don't want your paint to reactivate when you're doing that. One of the things we use quite a lot of is medium to do that, and of course other paints. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a blob of Xpress medium over the top of one of our driest paints, so Greasy black, because that's the first one we started with. And if we're painting a whole model and we're getting it up to Warhipster battle ready, and then we're going to do shading and blending afterwards, that is what we would do. We would start with the oldest paint. So we're going to put a blob of this on there, and then we're going to leave it for about 10 seconds, and then we're going to try and disturb the paint and pull it off the model. If it doesn't come off, then the paints are good. If it does come off, then the paints reactivate, and that's not a good thing. And anyone who tells you this is not a real world application of such a thing, they're lying to you. So here we go. It's more accurate than just adding water, right? So here we go. One little blob of Xpress medium going straight on there, like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, we're good. Oh, excuse me. See? 2 hours of drying time. And that is good stuff. Didn't come off. So, yeah, there is no reactivation problem with these. Which is good. It means you can shade and relayer and correct and do all that good stuff to your heart's content on these, which is obviously something we have to test because we didn't know that was going to be a thing until a few years ago. Thank you, Shaky Painter, and thank you, Reza. Thank you, J-Love. Reactivation test passed. Bless you, Jimmy. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you sneeze. So. What's it taste like compared to Citadel? It's almost got a hint of fruit about it, but it's still yucky, Gordon. Don't drink your paints. Put simply. They're, like I said earlier, they're the nicest tasting, awful tasting paints. Because all paints taste awful. So there you go. Have you guys enjoyed the stream? Has it been fun for you as much as it has been for me? What do you think of the new Bad Moon Orc they showed off at the Black Library event? I think it's okay. It's an orc, innit? Orcs is as orcs do. I'm not a big orcs fan, to be honest, in my older age. The newer they get, the more complicated 40k ones tend to be, and you don't want them to be too complicated, especially when you want them to be like 30 or 40 of them per unit. Good stream and educational. Good. That's what we like to hear. That is what I like to hear. I like to be educational. That's the whole point. I'm here to support you with your hobby journey in the best ways that I can. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order some food. That's what I'm going to do. What's your project this weekend? I've got to finish off my Hammers of Sigmar. There's a few more of them to do. Oh, I've just got a lovely email. Hey, lovely. I'll finish off the Hammers of Sigmar, and then I'm going to be painting Hollowmorn Ghouls tonight. And after that, it's Blister Skin and the other one, whose name escapes me. Morgaunt, Hollowmorn, Gristlegore. Kill Team versus Warcry. Which do you prefer, Josh? Warcry. Warcry 100%. Warcry is based in the world of Age of Sigmar. And I'm writing a video right now which perfectly sums up why I've fallen out of love a little bit with 40k. Also, thanks for being an effing cool dude. Oh, thanks, Niall. That's very kind. You guys are all really cool dudes and dudettes, and all that, everything in between. You guys support me, and that's genuinely heartwarming. That you would spend your Saturdays with me. How many hours a day do you paint? When I'm at my busiest, upwards of when I'm at my busiest, it can reach somewhere in the hours of 14 to 16 hours a day. Which is quite a lot. Will you do the new Kill Team Scouts? If so, what chapter? I don't know if I really want to, you know. Space Marines have been a bit of a problem for me since Leviathan box, because I don't think they've been particularly inspiring. They're not exactly new. It's not exactly a load of really cool new stuff. It's a lot of redesigns of older models that I didn't really want to be redesigned. They're fine, you know, like new Terminators, they're really good. The new Jump Pack Intercessors, they're really nice as well. But what I want from my hobby is new and interesting models that I've not seen before, and that's not what you're getting from 40k. You're getting redesigns of old models, and that's not great for me. So new Terminators, new Terminator Captain, new Terminator Librarian, and just redesigns of the old ones. The only thing new in that Leviathan box was the Infernus squad. The rest of it is all redesigns. So it's basically like a reboot with a new character. And I don't like that. That's the thing though, Niall. I've already done the Striking Scorpions. There's already a Contrast plus How to Paint Striking Scorpions video. And to be honest, it didn't do very well the first time. And I don't think it would do very well the second time either. I'm trying to find a fish and chips place. feel like I've earned it after the last few hours. Let's just go with Simpsons, shall we? They're pretty good. Yeah. You open? Closes at 8:45. We'll best get on with it then. So then the question becomes with the Scouts. It's like, well, how would you paint the Scouts? Well, it's the same armor color as you normally do for the Space Marines, and then you choose a clothes color. And I don't know what it is for half of them. Like, for Blood Angels, it's bone, and for Ultramarines, it's bone. But for some of them, it's like grey, and some of it's black, and... I would love to see how you would do a Tyrannofex or Haruspex in the Kraken scheme with the detail / mouth of Haruspex in the venomous green instead of the Leviathan pinky purple. That's fair, Alex. I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can free up some time to paint some more Tyranids. I will just say, though, I nearly lost my mind painting Tyranids the last time. Tyranids are not one of my favourite factions. And again, I didn't think... It sounds really awful. I thought that the stuff that I thought the Tyranids half of Leviathan was much better than the Space Marines one, but again, it's still not particularly inspiring. Like for me, like the Norn Emissary is an opportunity to do a really cool model, and instead, it's just a bigger Hive Tyrant. It's a bipedal alien with scything claws. This is what it is. So you look at the Hive Tyrant, you look at that, you take away the wing. It's the same model, just bigger. I thought the Barb Gaunts were probably the most interesting thing there. But again, they're small gun beasts. We have plenty of those from Tyranids. Death Leaper, bipedal alien. Lictor, bipedal alien. Von Ryan's Leapers, bipedal alien. It's like, a lot of it is, it's not particularly innovative. And then you look over to Age of Sigmar and you go, hey, what's Age of Sigmar releasing this week? Oh, you know, some orcs riding a battle pig. What? So it's like, well, one of these things is not like the other. And like the Admech got a new unit. It's a man on stilts. The Necron's got 2 redesigned characters and 1 that is another redesigned character with a relic. Do you see what I mean? It's like, meanwhile, what's Age of Sigmar doing? Oh, we got a Lord Relictor riding a dragon. We've also got a tree riding a massive, massive bug. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, we've also got the King of the Trolls. He's got a magic waystone on his back that gives him a headache, which is why he's so cross. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. What about Death? What are they doing? Oh yeah, we've got cannibalistic knights riding vampiric creatures. Oh yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what's Age of Sigmar doing? Oh, that's really interesting. What's 40k doing? It's like Dark Angels, right? The Dark Angels previews that you've seen so far. A new Asmodai redesign, new Deathwing Terminators redesign. I'm gonna guess there's gonna be a Ravenwing set in there, which will be a redesign of the Black Knights. The Flesh Eater Court's got a Dark Souls boss. Yep. People are saying they're really excited for the Blood Angels to come out because it's going to give you a redesigned Sanguinor and a redesigned Sanguinary Guard and a redesigned Death Company. It's redesigns. It's all redesigns. I guarantee you, when we get to Codex 10, you'll be able to predict exactly what's happening. Like the problem that I have is that if you say to me that there's a new codex coming, if I can predict what the models that are coming alongside of that, is it really that exciting? Hey, Alex Botello. Hang on, let me order my food. Let me order some food. What do I want? I'll have that. And do I want any sides? Do I feel fat? I do feel pretty fat. Yeah, why not? Mexico is in the house. Whee! Hola. Yep. Nope. And place delivery order. Fabulous. No, come on, don't reject me. Boy's hungry. There we go. You spoke about how Dark Angel should be painted. I would like to share with you my Azrael. Super proud of him, but I don't know how you feel about links here. I'm not sure if it'll let you drop me a link here. YouTube might go, no links for you. Because it can mean you're trying to get people to click suspicious links. That's the problem with links in chat. That's generally not something that I can control. Where is it? Tell me where you are. Where can I see it? Instagram. Top current model design wise. Interesting question. What have I done that's recent? I mean, there's so many to choose from Games Workshop. From Age of Sigmar, I mean, there's loads. Be'lakor is up there, obviously. Archaon is up there. He's older, though. The Maw Crusher, the Maw Grunter, sorry, it was fantastic. Clonk, he's pretty cool. Kragnos, wonderful model. I really like Dexessa and Sinessa. Gobsprak, really cool. Ionis Crypt one is absolutely fantastic. I really like the Lady of Vines. Alariel. There's just so many. There's so many models that are just fantastic. Usharan might be my favorite when I finally get him. When I get him in my hands, he might be my favorite. At the moment, all models when they're not in my hands are like, yeah, they're pretty cool. But once I get them, I'm like, As a noob in the hobby, which instant colors do you recommend for me? Citadel, Vallejo, or Army Painter? So for me, for what it's worth, I think there's a couple of factors here, Alex. If you are able to get hold of any of the three pretty easily from your local area, then really the choice is yours based on shade and all that kind of thing. It then becomes a little bit more complicated if you live next to a Games Workshop or a friendly hobby store that stocks Citadel paints but doesn't stock the other two. Then if you're army painting and you are thinking about starting, let's say you're thinking about doing a Blood Angels army, right? And you want it all to be the same color. If you subscribe to something like getting Vallejo speed paints, Vallejo Xpress Colours, and they're not readily available, you have to wait, right? So your inspiration levels can go down. Which then means that you might kill the project before you even get there. It's difficult because it's much easier to go to the store and buy a paint, take it home and test it. Pinning everything on ordering it and hoping it's the right color and then you get it and it's not the right color is awful. It's an awful experience, right? It's why I genuinely I like to look at the things before I get them. It's why like buying tufts for me was such a difficult thing because I used to use Midland tufts from Games Workshop and then they discontinued them, and I really wanted the similar tufts and I was trying to find them for ages and I couldn't find them until somebody I can't remember which store I went into. I went into a store that stocked Gamers Grass, and they had the mixed green. The mixed green is basically them. And I was like, there we go, that's the ones. Because what I don't want is a tuft that's like... Because I've bought tufts off the internet before, which are like hard glued together at the bottom, and they're also massive. And it's like not the right thing at all. I've also bought tufts that don't stick to anything at all. You have to PVA glue them in and sit and wait for 4 hours and hit and hope for a long time to hope that they actually work. So being able to get your hands on the product and test it the same day, really important for me. So that's one thing I would put... no, it hasn't come through Lord Wedge. It will have been stopped because it's a link. We don't know if it's a legit link. You might be trying to send everybody in the chat to a Trojan, for example. That's why it won't let you do it. It also stops people from going, "Hey, come watch my YouTube channel," which is really horrible. But like I said, I have no control over that. It doesn't even come up as a moderated message for me to let it through. So that's the first thing to consider when it comes to buying paint. Second thing to consider when it comes to buying paint is what's your monetary situation. It might be that the cheapest one in your area, because it's manufactured in your country, means that that's the best one to get. You might be not paying any import on it because you're getting it in country, or it's not imported, right? It's an IMGA link, right? Well, there you go. So it won't let you do it. It won't let you post it in the chat. YouTube won't let you post links in the chat. Like I said, because otherwise, what would happen, Lord Wedge, is streamers would go into other people's stream and go, "Hey, everybody, come watch my stream," and then they'd drop the links. Because people are bastards. But it's just what they do. You can't be mad at it. It's hustling. But yeah, anyway, secondly, economically is what's important to you, because some things are cheaper in your area and some things are not. And thirdly, there does come an air of trial and error. Usually, Citadel's the easiest to get hold of because there's usually a Warhammer store. Typically, a Warhammer store. Particularly in this country, in the UK, there's Warhammer stores everywhere. There's a Warhammer store in Cheltenham. If I want to go and get something, I can go and get it. I know I can get it same day. I don't have to order it and wait and sit wanting to paint but unable to. I know I can go and get it in a pinch on the day that I need it, right? So that's one thing to bear in mind. Another thing to bear in mind is obviously the level of support. We've talked about this on the YouTube on the stream tonight. If on the internet, if there is a new range of speedy paints like these one coat paints that comes out, let's say I released a set tomorrow, there's no videos out there that show you what they look like or how they work, so you're kind of going in blind a little bit, which is fine, and that's really exciting experience, and that's great. But if you're not confident because you're new, for example, then going in blind to a new product and you're like, how does this work? What color should I put here? How does this... You have to make those choices, and sometimes the worst thing at the beginning is when you perceive that you've made a mistake. There are no mistakes, but if you pictured something looking black and you end up walking away with from your local store with Black Lotus from Xpress Colour, and you put Black Lotus down, you go, why does it look grey? And you can't find anything on the internet that says it's not the right thing. Same if I did it. Say I released a paint of range, and I was like, why don't you use Josh's favourite red? And you put it down and you go, that's orange. And I haven't yet put the video up that goes, you put Josh's favourite red down and then you use Josh's favourite orange shade to blend the two together to create this highlight, this layered effect which gives you the perfect red. You're like, well, that's orange. He lied. See what I mean? So, lastly is technique, the actual way you use them. Contrast, for example, some of them are better than others. Some of them are fantastic colours, some of them are not. Some of them are one coat solutions, some of them are not. So Bile Red, for example, doesn't do any contrast paint style thing. It doesn't have darker parts, it doesn't have lighter parts. Bile Red is just a single coat that you put all over, but it goes on really smooth and it's really easy to apply, so it's great. But that's something that you need to know. contrast paints in general, though, they have the shortest drying time of all of these one coat paints. And what I mean by that is when you apply them, you have to go really methodically but really quickly as you're applying them, because if you take too long, they tend to start to dry, and then that's where you can end up getting coffee staining going on, where you end up overlapping it. Because if you've ever used like a marker pen, a highlighter, what we would call highlighter pens or marker pens or anything like that, you know, when you use a highlighter when you're reading a book, you highlight the passage. If you go back over it but only like half of it with the same color, you'll get double the pigment, double the color in one bit, and you'll be lighter. So it will basically go lighter, darker, lighter. And that's because you're putting two translucent things over the top of one another, which causes a double color, right? That's what contrast paint does. Vallejo has a really long drying time, so it slows your painting down a little bit, because if you have to layer or shade or something with them, then you have to wait. You can't just go in there and start throwing paint on them. Contrast dries the quickest. Speed paint has the longest drying time of them all by far. It also has the biggest range of colors. I would argue that bigger doesn't necessarily mean better. I think there's throwaway colors in all of the ranges. You know, I don't think we need quite as many blues and quite as many greens as we have in contrast, for example. I don't know why we have Carandrous green and Striking Scorpion green and Orc Flesh and Warp Lightning. You know, they're all a muchness in the same kind of tone group. They just vary a little bit when it comes to the thickness and strength of them. So some of them are darker and brighter. There's lots and lots of things to consider. There's no Warhammer store here in Mexico. Does all of that help? Does any of that help? The thing to bear in mind, Alex, is there's no wrong answer. If you can accept that there's no wrong answer, then you start to accept that there's no right way of doing things. And if there's no right way of doing things, and it means every way of doing it is the right way, that's really important when it comes to this. If you want to paint something pink, or you want to paint it green, or you want to paint it yellow, you absolutely can. There's no wrong way to do things. You absolutely should paint things the way you want to paint. So experimenting with things is absolutely something that you should do. There is risk involved. The risk is that you buy something that you don't ever want to use again. That's the risk. But I would look at those as opportunities to figure out how you maybe change your expectations of something, right? Because remember, this can be a paint by numbers hobby, but it can also be a real creative outlet. So even if you buy a red that's not quite the right red for what you wanted it to be, like you look at it and you go, oh, it's not quite dark enough, that's an opportunity for you to think, well, how can I make this darker? How can I make this work? And often you end up with something even better. Bile Red is a great example of that. I didn't think Bile Red had any point whatsoever, but I tried it and I was like, how do you use it? Carroburg Crimson over the top looks lovely. Agrax Earthshade over the top looks lovely. Volupus Pink over the top of it looks lovely. Flesh Terrors Red over the top of it looks lovely. 1-to-1 mix of Blood Angels Red and Contrast Medium is a perfect Blood Angels armor color and is what I use all the time now. So that was a risk, Bile Red. But it was an opportunity for growth, and for me, it's come up with a load of awesome colours. And I don't get enough time these days to experiment as much as I like, because often I don't want to experiment on camera and it'd be completely awful. Although most of the time I do, and it works. But you know, a lot of it does come through practice. Lots of shops here in Toronto. The fact that Express Medium is $4.95 and Contrast Medium is $13.95 is a huge deal. Also, they seem to make it harder to get things at third-party shops. Yeah, I mean, that to me sounds like a huge markup, right? which is interesting. Over here in this country, you will end up paying maybe, well, as far as I remember it, $4.55 for a paint of Citadel, which I do frequently, but then I always buy it through third-party stores anyway, so it's cheaper. So when I look at things like, oh, for God's sake. Paints. Citadel paints. Citadel color. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da 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 ba da ba da da da. Why have I got? Why is that in my head? Popeye. £4.18 for an air paint. Right. So that's like, okay, £4.18, £2.42. There you go for a base paint, which I buy a lot more of than I do anything else. £2.42 for a base paint when I buy it from Firestorm Games. And if I go to somewhere like, let's go Vallejo. We want a game color paint. Something like Glacier Blue, £2.66. So the markdown isn't anywhere near as close. In your tutorials going forward, would you consider naming the equivalent paint? Like next is Blood Angels Red, or you could use Express or Speed Paint if you prefer. I have thought about that, Forge Father Vulcan Histan. The trouble with that is it requires me to be an expert in 3 different paint ranges at the same time. And when it gets to the point of where we're mixing, things could be completely different. The equivalencies are also not always equivalent. They're close equivalents, right? So, like, you might say that Seraph Red is close to Blood Angels Red, but it isn't. There's a tonal difference, right? So, I've considered it in the past. What I wouldn't want to do is trust what other people on the internet say is the equivalent. I wouldn't want to go and look at a paint chart that says this is the same as this, because it isn't. Like the Colour Forge Wraithbone spray, for lack of a better name, is not the same color as Wraithbone. There is a very tiny tonal difference. There is a very, very small difference, but it's there and I can see it. Yeah, see, that's almost double, isn't it? Well, it's a 50% increase, right? I think all of these things you have to take them in context, right? You know, because at the recommended retail prices, Vallejo's cheaper, as is the Army Painter. And if that's important, then that's important, and that is important. That is an important thing to consider when it comes to spending money on these things. The thing to remember, though, is that paint, the color is just as important as the model itself. If the color is what you want, if Imperial Fist Yellow is the color you want, then Imperial Fist Yellow is the color you should buy. If not, you shouldn't get it. I wouldn't. See, this is the thing. Sometimes I advocate for buying entire sets, and other times I don't. Buy what you need when you need it. The problem is if it's readily available, you can buy what you need when you need it. If it's not readily available, then you should just buy everything. And if you're going to buy everything, buy something cheaper, if that's important. If money is an issue. Does that make sense? Anyway. Guys, it's been emotional. I've had a lot of fun. I'm very tired. I am probably going to leave it there. Music's not even playing. Let's just play one last song whilst we're saying goodbye. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna end there. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dave B, the Eternal Crusader, Demogorgon for the gifted, Philip Marks for the gifted, Matthews for becoming a new member, Jarl Grimnar for upgrading, and Ed for being a member for 5 months. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all of your kind support. Thank you very much for the 133 likes, unless we can find 17 in the next minute and a half while I say my goodbyes. And get us to 150. Really cool set of paints. Really great addition to the range, and really great addition to the hobby. Well done, Vallejo. We will actually see if we can paint a model using these. Thank you so much for hanging out. Much good science, well done. Thank you very much, Captain Manderings. Thank you so much for watching. See you all very, very soon in the next one. We will have a painting video for you tomorrow. Sorry there isn't one tonight, but it will be here tomorrow. Promise. Because I'm going to go and work on it very shortly. Once the bases are dry, and they look like they are dry. So I will see you all very soon for a painting video tomorrow. As not per usual. Usually it's tonight, but sorry. Here's my waving hand because I'm saying goodbye now. Goodbye and good night and good afternoon and good morning wherever you are in the world. Love you very much. Bye for now.